the first time the Mets came to Minnesota this year, it was cold. It was snowing. The Mets won a couple of games, but the third game, well, snow and freezing rain kept it from being played. So what the heck? The Mets have made a return trip to the Twin Cities for a makeup game today. At Target Field in Minneapolis, the New York Mets play the Minnesota Twins. And a pleasant good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Minneapolis. Gary Cohen, Keith Hernandez with you today as the Mets play this makeup game against the Twins. The Mets head home tomorrow to play the Braves, and they've got some key decisions to make. Tomorrow, John Buck comes off paternity leave. That means the Mets have to decide whether Travis d'Arnaud sticks around beyond the 3-day paternity leave list.
Well, my feeling is that Travis is going to stay and probably play a lot. I mean, we're at this point of the season where you've got the future right there in that young man. Remember, he was the big man in the trade for Dickey over the winter, and I think they're going to give him I would give him every opportunity to play the rest of the season, pretty much every day, and see what he can do.
The other decision the Mets have to make is how to fill in for the injured Henry Mejia. Mejia out with an elbow injury. Now, the Mets have an off day Thursday, so they could move Matt Harvey up to pitch on Friday against the Tigers. They'd prefer not to do that, so maybe Carlos Torres comes out of the bullpen, or maybe the Mets reach into the minor leagues, not for one of their big prospects, but maybe for a Jacob deGrom or a Chris Schwinden or somebody like that.
Well, they could call someone up for one start. I like Torres in the bullpen. You don't want to stress out the bullpen. The bullpen's been kind of, they've got some arms down there that are kind of hanging. So I don't think that they should minimize that relief corps in any way. But it's all about Harvey and Wheeler. They want them, I think, from a psychological point of view, Gary, to finish the season. So I don't think they're going to move them up. I think they're going to keep them in a rotation where they can go the rest of the way.
Well, today's start goes to Dylan G, who was supposed to start the game that was snowed out the last time the Mets were here. And boy, you can't ask for more than what G has given the Mets over the last 3 months.
Well, he had the 4-2 lead. It was the only game that Hawkins blew. The home run, of course, the pinch hit home run to Ethier in LA. This is only in 11 games here. This is the 11th game of the road trip. This is G's second start. So he's looking to go 9-8, get over that 500 mark.
And on the other side for the Twins, rookie Kyle Gibson makes his 10th major league start.
Well, #1 draft pick in 09, had Tommy John 2 years ago in 11. He's been struggling. His numbers aren't very good. A sinker slider. Neither pitcher has pitched against either team.
So it's the Mets and the Twins for a one-day interlude before the Mets head home. Mets in Minnesota. All the action coming your way this afternoon on SNY. have a way for practically just your signature. Bob's Discount Furniture, proud to be the furniture store of the New York Mets. By AT&T, rethink possible. And by Audi, truth in engineering. Get to Citi Field this Sunday for Tom Seaver Bobblehead Day, presented by Toyota. The first 25,000 fans in attendance at the 110 game will receive a Tom Seaver All-Star Bobblehead as part of the 2013 All-Star Bobblehead Series. Go to Mets.com for tickets. Drive Around the Majors presented by Acura. Drama in Boston last night. Ryan Dempster throws at A-Rod. A-Rod hits a 450-foot home run. Yankees beat the Red Sox 9-6. Max Scherzer now 18-1, first to do that since Roger Clemens in 2001, as the Tigers beat the Royals 6-3. And the Phillies got a couple of Hanley Ramirez errors in the ninth inning to hand them a 3-2 win, snapping the Dodgers' 10-game winning streak. Ground rules on the Mets' return after a 4-month hiatus from Target Field to make up their snowed-out game. First pitch coming up from Minneapolis in just a moment. Mets will use the DH today in the American League Park. Andrew Brown will get that honor after his go-ahead double as a pinch hitter in yesterday's game in San Diego. Travis d'Arnaud makes his third big league start. Daniel Murphy back in the lineup after a day off yesterday as the Mets take on 25-year-old Kyle Gibson for the first time.
Well, #1 draft pick in 09, Tommy John surgery 2011. He's given up 7 home runs in 47 1/3. That's why I believe that ERA is up there where Pluto orbits. And the defense brought to you by Coors Light, the Twins defense to be exact. And of course, when you talk about defense in this ball club, the Minnesota Twinkies, you got to talk about Mr. Mauer, 3-time Gold Glover, batting champion. He's quite a player.
Does Pluto still officially have an orbit now that it's a non-planet?
I understand that, yes. I'm old-fashioned. I think it's a planet.
I think it's really a point of contention, and I'm not ready to give up on Pluto.
All right, Neptune.
You know, you should never give up on young planets until you have to. Eric Young will lead things off for the Mets. Young struggling right now after an 0 for 3 day yesterday. Just 6 for his last 43. His average at 245 for the year. Well, it is a sparkling day in the Twin Cities. 80 degrees, sunshine. A far cry from the 30s and snow that the Mets encountered when they were here 4 months ago. And Kyle Gibson's first pitch of the afternoon misses inside and low for ball 1. It'll be Young, then Murphy and Bird for the Mets in the opening inning. Mets are 4-6 on this road trip with just this game to play before they head home to play the Braves tomorrow night. And Gibson quickly behind on Young, 2-0. Kyle Gibson began the year in Rochester after having Tommy John surgery that cost him most of last season. He made 15 starts in AAA. He was 7-5 there. And there's his first strike.
Well, he's not a hard thrower there, 89 miles an hour, and kind of a lazy sinker. We'll see if he improves on it. If that's, I'm sorry, Garrett, that sinker remains like that, and I can see why the ERA is at 6.
And Young goes right back through the originator, and the Mets have a leadoff base hit. So Eric Young gets the Mets started, hitting it right back past Gibson.
Well, sinker that does not sink, and that is ripped right up the middle, as it should have been.
So the Mets trying to get off to the start that they did the first time they came here. Remember the opening game of that series here in Minnesota, the weather was just brutally cold. John Neese pitched that day. He didn't have a great day, but the Mets faced Vance Worley and they scored 16 runs in the freezing cold weather. Here's Daniel Murphy. Had the day off yesterday. He's riding a 5-game hitting streak, and he takes ball 1. Gibson is 6'6", so he pitches from a nice downhill plane. But so far in the big leagues, the results have been fairly brutal. Young with 26 steals. That's tied for 5th in the National League. And Murphy lines one out of left field for a base hit. And so the Mets with back-to-back hits to open the afternoon.
Well, the Twins starting rotation is last in the American League. Their bullpen's been okay. That's how you hit a sinker down and away. It's a lazy sinker. They got an ERA of over 5, the rotation. So that has been the big boogeyman for this team.
Well, remember, they made the deal for Vance Worley. He was terrible, and then he hurt his shoulder, and he's on the sidelines. They signed Mike Pelfrey as a free agent. Pelfrey, though, coming back from Tommy John surgery, has not had a good year. Kevin Correa has been their best starting pitcher, and he's a career 5th starter for most of the teams he's played for. Marlon Byrd, the batter, with 2 men on, and Marlon takes a breaking ball for a strike. Marlon in 7 games in California, LA and San Diego, went 12 for 30, 400 batting average with 4 doubles and 2 home runs. Yeah, he liked himself some Southern California.
Yes, he did. And remember, he had kind of slumped before coming into the road trip. So it's a matter of time. When you break out hot. So for the Twins, it's got to feel like here we go again.
Well, this is the second time that the Mets have had to make a 1-day stop in a city to make up a game. The first time was at the tail end of a road trip when they went back to Colorado, and they won that game at the end of a 7-4 road trip, and trying for a similarly successful 1-day stop this time. Ike Davis, the on deck batter. 1-1 to Bird with 2 on and nobody out. And Marlin swings and misses. 1-2. Kyle Gibson, 25 years old, out of the University of Missouri. He was a first-round pick by the Twins back in 2009. Might have made it to the big leagues sooner, but for the Tommy John surgery in September of 2011 that cost him most of last year. He's ahead on Bird, 1-2, and Marlin takes low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Gibson has made 9 starts. He has not gone more than 6 innings in any start. His last one was a so-so start against Cleveland. Last Wednesday, he went 5 1/3, allowed 3 runs, 6 hits, and no decision for him. The rare pitcher who works from the center of the rubber. And Bird chases the slider, and Gibson has his first out of the day.
Yeah, Marlin knew it. We've all been there, swinging at those bad breaking balls.
So now Ike Davis. Ike had the day off yesterday against the left-hander. Did have one at bat, or actually came in for defense, never got to the plate. He was on deck when the game ended.
This should be a pretty good matchup for Ike here. I think a pretty good matchup for any left-hand hitter, to be honest with you. I hate to be so critical, but I wish I was in uniform and in the lineup today.
Well, that's because you love to play. Ike has been an on-base machine since returning from the minor leagues. Now has 51 walks for the season. And quickly, Gibson falls behind him 2-0. Andrew Brown is on deck, serving as the DH today. Ike, with the 51 walks, is in the top 10 in the National League, despite having spent 6 weeks in the minor leagues. And Gibson falls behind him 3-0. And this has pretty much been the way it's been going for Ike. Pitchers have not been throwing him strikes, and he has been laying off the pitches out of the strike zone.
Well, let's see if they give him a hit sign here, 3-0. I would be less inclined to let Ike hit here because he might want to roll over a sinker.
And he takes ball 4.
Wow.
And the Mets have the bases loaded and 1 out. So a 4-pitch walk to Davis, and the Mets are in business with Andrew Brown coming up. Now, Ron Gardenhire has been Twins manager since 2002, has enjoyed a lot of success here. This has not been a good year for Minnesota.
Wow. Are we in Toledo or Syracuse or Tidewater? Where are we? Oh, we're in Minneapolis.
Minneapolis. And it's a beautiful day.
It is nice. The sun came out.
And there is a remarkably large crowd here today for a Monday afternoon makeup game. You would have figured there'd be just a sprinkling of fans. This place is pretty substantially full. So here's Brown, who had the big hit for the Mets yesterday, a pinch hit double that gave the Mets a lead in the 7th inning in San Diego, and he goes after the first pitch slider, 0-1.
Well, he hasn't gotten his slider over yet when he throws it in the outside corner to the righties. It's been bad. Got Bird to fish for a bad one. The ones he's got over are hanging over the inner part of the plate.
Brown having a terrific road trip, 5 for 8 with 5 RBIs, including a 3-run homer in Arizona and that big hit yesterday. And he goes after the fastball and misses, and quickly it's 0-2.
That's the best fastball this young man's thrown. That's a good 92-mile-an-hour sinker. Good action.
So Gibson painting himself into a tight spot. Bases loaded, 1 out. Gets a hit on Brown, 0-2 with Wilmer Flores the on deck batter. And Brown lines one the other way for a base hit. Young is in to score. Murphy will hold at third. And the Mets take an early 1-0 lead. Brown behind in the count, takes it the other way for an RBI single. He's now 6 for 9 with 6 RBIs on the road trip, and the Mets lead it 1-0.
Keep him in the lineup. He's hot. Good hitting right there with 2 strikes. That's something that Brown has the ability to do, is go the other way.
Well, he's had such limited playing time, and yet despite the paucity of at-bats, he's been able to give quality at-bats, and today he'll get more than one, serving as the DH. Here's Wilmer Flores, who's had more than his share of bases loaded opportunities in his first 10 games in the big leagues, and another one here. And he fouls off the first pitch fastball, 0-1. Flores at 257, 9 for 35, a homer and 10 RBIs in just 35 big league at bats, and a chance to add to that total with Murphy at third, Davis at second, and Brown at first, with the Mets already a run to the good. Well, this is the 10th time in 11 games on this road trip the Mets have scored first. Slow ground ball. Florimon to Dozier and on to first. Flores not running well. Easily doubled out to end the inning. 6-4-3. The Mets settle for 1 run on Brown's hit. 1-0 New York. To their perch in left center. This may be a day when Terry Collins has to stay away from a large group of them. He might not have either of his lefties. Might have to hold Carlos Torres back. So it's a day Dylan G needs to go deep into a game. There's your Hyundai Twins starting lineup. Joe Mauer having his usual fine season. 7 of the 9 players in the lineup for the Twins today have 10 or more home runs. That has been their only calling card offensively as they take on Dylan G.
Well, Dylan has been so close to getting over that 500 mark. His first stride was to get to 500, but boy, he pitched really a fine game in Los Angeles. Should have got the win. Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Brian Dozier leads off for the Twins. Second-year second baseman, hitting at .243 with 12 home runs and 50 runs batted in. And he bounces one for Quintanilla to handle. And Omar makes the play on Dozier for the first out. So a quick out for G.
And we'll take a look at the Lexus Metropolitan defense. Well, Daniel Murphy has been a fixture out there. You know, Daniel, you don't have to worry about him coming in. Lagares has really solidified the outfield and center field, along with Young in left. Flores has been back in the lineup, a right-hander pitching. Davis at first base.
So here's Joe Mauer, the hometown kid from St. Paul, who's having another fine year. 5th in the American League with a .322 average. 34 doubles among his resume this year. 3-time American League batting champion.
The power numbers have disappeared.
So in 2009, Mauer hit 28 home runs. In the 4 years since, he's hit a total of 33 home runs. When the Twins first moved here to Target Field, this was a particular problem for Mauer, who was a much better home run hitter in their old ballpark in the Metrodome.
Well, who wouldn't be?
Here, of course, like cold hard facts on Joe Mauer. 3 batting titles, 6-time All-Star. We already told you about the 3 Gold Gloves. How about the 8-year, $184 million contract that has 5 more years to run as he lines one to Ike Davis for the second out. Thing is, they signed him to that deal right after that season in which he hit the 28 home runs, and they figured they had not only a batting champ but a guy who's going to hit 25 to 30 every year, but it hasn't worked out that way.
Well, who wouldn't have thought it? But you know, that old ballpark was a bandbox. I mean, they're going to build a new Viking stadium here, I believe, in Minnesota. In Minneapolis, excuse me.
Here's Josh Willingham, recently back off minor knee surgery. He's been back for 11 games and a torn meniscus, and he takes ball 1. Willingham now 34 years old. Last year had an enormous year, hit 35 home runs, drove in 110. This year just 12 home runs and 43 driven in. And a fly ball to center, chasing Lagares back to the warning track, and he reaches and makes another tremendous play. Juan Lagares keeps outdoing himself. He slammed hard into that center field fence after making the grab. A ball where he had a lot of ground to make up, and Lagares makes another tremendous play.
I did not think that he'd get to this one, Gary, and he did.
He's played like a Gold Glover since the day he arrived in April. Lagares just continues to knock your eyes out with great plays. Catch.
I didn't think he had a chance for this, and yet another fine play. This is not a fine play. That's an excellent play. And he just, he runs after balls. He reminds me of Tommy Agee.
We had that one in the gap in San Diego yesterday on the sacrifice fly as Travis d'Arnaud takes a strike, where he had to run from hither to yon, and here straight back.
That's a long way to run, and you got a fence to deal with. That is just a fine play. Grabbed his rib there after he crashed into the wall.
Travis d'Arnaud in his 3rd big league game as Lagares waits on deck. d'Arnaud 0 for 4. He's walked 4 times in his first 2 games, but still looking for his first big league hit. And the Mets will make a decision after the game today whether Travis sticks around for the next 2 weeks or whether he goes back to Las Vegas and comes back in September. Tomorrow, John Buck will rejoin the Mets when the Mets get home. And it's off the plate, and Gibson falls behind d'Arnaud 3-1. And it was interesting hearing Terry Collins talk about it today. He said in spring training this year, d'Arnaud was not exhibiting much patience at the plate. He's become a much more disciplined hitter. And thus all those walks in the first 2 games. But Travis would like to get that first hit out of the way, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, the walks are fine, and you don't want to nibble and go after bad pitches when they're nibbling at you. But Travis is going to be a guy like Ike, that you want base hits, productive hits out of.
3-2. Little dribbler off his foot, and that screws him into the ground.
No, that's a good sinker, and it's off his instep.
And that's that left foot that he broke back in April, with it cost him 3.5 months on the disabled list. That was on a foul ball while he was catching back in the middle of April. Right about the same time the Mets were getting snowed upon here in Minneapolis. But Travis is okay. They'll see a 7th pitch from Gibson, leading off in the 2nd inning. And d'Arnaud flies one out to center field. Cleat Thomas over, and that's the first out of the inning.
And every time I hear Cleat, I think of Cleat Boyer, of course, the third baseman for many years, those Yankees when I was a kid growing up.
Brother of Ken Boyer
and Cloyd.
Right.
My dad played with or against Cloyd in the minor leagues.
So Cleat, Cloyd,
Kenny.
But how did Ken get like a normal name?
Well, and he was the best of them all.
And the eldest, right?
Yes.
He was the eldest,
I
right?
believe he was. MVP in '64. Hit the big grand slam off Al Downing.
Lagares bounces one. Nice play by Plouffe, the third baseman, but he can't get it out of his glove. It's stuck in the webbing. And safe at first is Juan Lagares. Well, Plouffe made a terrific stop, but the ball would not cooperate as it stuck in the webbing of his glove.
That's why I never like those crisscross webbings. See right there, if you have a webbing that is solid, it never happens. I mean, obviously it doesn't happen, but how often have we seen that? But nevertheless.
Well, we've seen it a couple of times. Once that you were directly involved in, where a pitcher caught a ball which stuck in his glove, and he threw the whole thing, glove and ball, to first.
It was Terry Mulholland, right?
Terry Mulholland did it, and then El Duque did it against the Mets, against Ray Ordonez at Yankee Stadium. Here's Omar Quintanilla with 1 out and 1 on, so it's an infield hit for Lagares, and Omar takes a strike.
Ooh.
Quintanilla had a key hit for the Mets yesterday. In the 7th inning, he doubled down the right field line and then came around to score the lead run on the Andrew Brown double. But the Mets would give up a run in the 8th and the walk-off homer to Will Venable in the 9th. The 12th walk-off loss for the Mets this year, 3 of them on this road trip. You had the Paul Goldschmidt home run in Arizona, the Adrian Gonzalez 12th inning double in LA, and then Venable yesterday in San Diego. The 12 walk-off losses tied for the most in the majors, and just 2 shy of a Mets club record. They had 14 walk-off losses in 1974 and again in 1978. 1-1 to Quintanilla.
Well, in 1974, the Mets were still a very good ball club. 78, they were a very bad ball club.
You know, there are 2 ways of looking at that. One way of looking at it is, you know, we're giving games away. The other way of looking at it is, hey, we're in every game.
True. So is the glass half full or half empty?
It's a great existential question, isn't it? Unanswerable by generations of philosophers. Quintanilla hits one through the hole, a base hit. Lagares takes the hard turn and then holds it second. So the Mets with back-to-back hits from the 8 and 9 hitters. And they've already got 5 hits against Kyle Gibson in an inning and a third.
Yeah, he's on a short leash here. He's got himself in more trouble. Got out of the bases loaded jam last inning with a double play.
Well, that's what he's going to have to do as a sinker ball pitcher. He's got 64 hits allowed now in 48 and 2/3 innings.
And they've been loud hits.
The Twins, with all their problems with starting pitchers, not surprisingly have turned more double plays than any team in the American League. 142 now with the one they had in the first inning. Now Eric Young, who had a base hit up the middle to lead off the game. First and second and 1 out.
Well, their pitching staff is 15th, which I believe is last.
That is last
in strikeouts.
Yep.
There's Ron Gardenhire and Rick Anderson.
Well, the one positive on the Twins pitching staff, well, 2, their bullpen is pretty good. but the other is they don't walk too many, but they give up tons of hits and don't strike anybody out. And Young chases a changeup, and it's 1-1.
So it looks like the Mets and Twins are the only day game of this day.
That is correct. Arizona at Cincinnati tonight, starting a series that will have big implications in the wild card race, with Arizona 5 behind the Reds for that second spot. 2-1 to Young. The Dodgers move into Miami after having their winning streak broken. Pittsburgh replaces the Mets in San Diego as the Pirates try and hang on to a 1-game lead in the NL Central. Check swing, and he foul tipped it into the mid of Mauer. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I believe that's a 4-game series for Pittsburgh and San Diego. Liriano going against Cashner.
The Dodgers, even with their loss yesterday and the Diamondbacks' 16-inning win against the Pirates, still 7.5 games to the good.
They lost on an error by Hanley Ramirez, and you can see the Diamondbacks are 7-3 their last 10. They're trying to hang in there.
Now the 2-2 to Young, just missed inside. 3-2. Well, it's hard though. The Diamondbacks have played almost as many extra innings as the Mets have. They have 13 extra inning wins, which is the most in baseball, but you start a road trip going to Cincinnati after playing 16 innings the day, well, not start a road trip, but continue a road trip after playing 16 innings the day before. Your bullpen is basically blown out. And that's how the Diamondbacks start that series. 3-2 with 1 out. The runners hold, and Young hits a dribbler up the first baseline, a foul ball.
Well, they didn't put the runners in motion, Terry Collins, and I agree, because you've got a tough guy to double up in Young. So you don't want to strike him out, throw him out, and the inning's over. You've got a guy that's given up a lot of base hits. It's already, Mets have already blistered him so far.
Of course, the other side of that coin is that Gibson is not a strikeout pitcher. Only 27 strikeouts in 47 innings. Mets have been so aggressive on the base paths. It's been one of the reasons for their success over the last couple of months. Lagares at second and Quintanilla at first. This will be the 7th pitch of the at bat to Young. And he lines one the other way, a base hit. Lagares to third. He's being waved around. Willingham will make the throw to the plate. Cut off. Now trapped between second and third is Quintanilla. Plouffe runs at him. And now Dozier runs him toward third, where Florimon puts the tag on as Young is able to move up to second. So Eric Young with an RBI single makes it 2-0 New York. But Quintanilla tagged out for the second out.
Well, very poor base running by Quintanilla here. Nice hitting by Young. Willingham, not a strong arm, but he hits the cutoff man. I don't know what Quintanilla is thinking about. Plays right in front of him. Now the Mets got 2 outs, and then could be a big inning. You can only possibly walk away with 1 run again. It's just not good. The ball's in front of you. So
Quintanilla out 7-5-4-6. Young moves to second on the throw. Daniel Murphy, the batter, with 2 out. Murphy had a base hit the other way his first time up, and he takes low and away for ball 1.
And so it goes.
So it goes. That's with 6 hits already against Kyle Gibson, all singles. Murphy with his base hit his first time up, now has hit in 6 straight games. Marlon Byrd waits on deck. Tough sledding for Gibson, making just his 10th big league start. Hefted a 6.27 ERA into this game. Behind on Murphy, 2-0. And a little dribbler back to the mound. And Gibson makes the play on Murphy to end the inning. Mets tack on a run on 3 hits. And hand Dylan G a 2-0 lead going to the bottom of the second. Home second inning, Justin Morneau leads off against Dylan G, now fortified with a 2-0 lead, and throws a first pitch curveball inside for ball one. Morneau was the villain the last time the Mets were here. The second game of that series, Matt Harvey carried a no-hitter into the 7th inning. Morneau broke it up with a home run. 14 home runs for Morneau, and his power has increased in August, coincidental with many rumors surrounding the possibility that Morneau might be traded. Reports are that he's gotten through waivers and the Twins might be looking to shed the last $4 million of his contract. Morneau, the 2006 American League MVP, had only 8 home runs when August started, but he's hit 6 this month with a .569 slugging percentage. 2-1 from G, and he misses inside to Morneau. 3-1.
If you recall, the home run off Harvey was right down the right field line. It was a bomb off the flagpole, and it was a good pitch down and in.
You mean the foul pole?
Foul pole, yes, excuse me.
There's ball 4, and Morneau has a leadoff walk. First base runner against G, who's been walking very few. And Ryan Doumit will bat with a man on. Doumit, the DH today. You can catch, you can play the outfield. He had to sit out for 8 games with a concussion. He just got back on Friday. Former Pirate, now 32 years old, switch hitter. Better hitter right-handed, more power left-handed. Morneau at first and nobody out, and Doumit takes a strike.
More suited for the American League. Doumit, not a great fielder by any stretch of the imagination, just a hitter. Very dangerous. Strong.
And G pours over a strike, and quickly it's 0-2. This is the first time Dylan G has faced the Twins, and in fact it's the first time he's faced anybody in this lineup, which is a little bit surprising because a guy like Doumit who played in the National League, but he and G have never faced each other before. And a swing and a miss. He got him with a changeup, and so G strikes out Doumit for his first strikeout of the day. Now, during every Mets game, you can get interactive with SNY Game Day on SNY.TV, featuring pitch-by-pitch coverage, player cards, and in-depth stats. Check out SNY Game Day during every Mets game, now on SNY.TV, your online home of all things New York sports. Here's the rookie right fielder, Oswaldo Arcia, just 22 years old. When the Mets were here the last time, the Twins had a rookie in the outfield. That was Aaron Hicks, who was their opening day center fielder. And after months of struggling, the Twins finally sent Hicks to the minor leagues a couple of weeks ago. He was hitting just .195. But Arcia has done pretty well. .261, 10 homers, 32 RBIs in just over 250 at bats. G using that changeup to perfection. 1-1.
He's come out throwing his fastball early more than usual, and now using the changeup off of that fastball.
Keith, does it look to you like he has more confidence in that fastball as the season goes along?
I think that Dylan just doesn't want to become predictable, Gary. Don't forget a good change right there. Don't forget about the computers, and guys are watching, and he's not an overpowering pitcher. Or Harvey, you know what's coming. Okay, Wheeler, you know what's coming. Dylan can't, it's not overpowering. Got great command. He's got 4 pitches. He has to mix it up.
I saw that graphic a moment ago. Since G kicked it in gear in late May in that Yankee Stadium start, as he gets Arcia on the high fastball, back-to-back strikeouts for G, and they're at 2 out.
Well, I love this upstairs fastball. So many hitters today swing up, and when you swing up at that high pitch, and you're not going to get there.
That graphic a moment ago. Since his hot streak began, G has the 3rd best ERA in the league, behind Jose Fernandez and Clayton Kershaw. That's stunning when you consider where the year began for Dillon. Here's Trevor Plouffe, the third baseman. I mean, he was in danger in May of being the odd man out in the rotation when Zach Wheeler was called up. And
Yes.
from that point on, he has become as good a pitcher as the Mets have had,
Well, it was he
including
and
Matt Harvey.
He and Hefner were on the block, and they both stayed. They both turned it around. Competition's a good thing. Now, in Dillon's case, I got to believe, Gary, with the blood clot he had last year and the surgery. I mean, it's got to be in the back of your mind. There's got to be a little bit of timidity there, of fear. And I think that the competition was, hey, he just said, okay, I got to let it go.
Darno chases it down. No advance, 2-1.
You notice Darno has that padding on his back of his calf. That is like a pad where he can squat down.
Knee savers. They call them.
I bet you a lot of old catchers would have loved to have had that. That is just such a ingenious device. Would you call it a device?
Well, it's a piece of equipment, device, sure. I wonder whether Travis wore those knee savers before he hurt his knee last year. He tore the posterior cruciate ligament in his knee on a slide and missed the last 2 months of last season.
I mean, that is just, to me, that was one of the ingenious innovations in the game.
G behind 3-1, and Plouffe fouls it off.
And catchers, they sit there and they squat down. Those guys that catch every day. It's a tough one. Carter would have loved to have that.
Well, the other thing that that was added as a piece of equipment for catchers was the piece that hangs over their throat.
That was from Yeager.
Right.
When Yeager, was that that was a regular season game, or was it a playoff game that he got? I know it was a televised game.
More no runs. The 3-2 to Plouffe is lifted to right, and Bird edges over, and that retires the side. So a good inning for Dillon Gee after the leadoff walk. We go to the third in Minneapolis. 2-0 Mets. Brought to you by Twisted Tea, the hard iced tea that tastes like real iced tea. In his high school baseball career in St. Paul, Joe Mauer struck out one time. Once.
Well, who was the pitcher? Sign him.
Marlon Byrd leads off in the third. Mets with a 2-0 lead, and Byrd pops one up into shallow right field. Arcia settles under it. One pitch and one out for Kyle Gibson in the top of the third.
They have I'm sorry. They have cherry Pepsi. in the back room.
Is this going to be a problem now? You're going to be running out for that?
I had to have a cup of. I love cherry cola.
Well, isn't Dr. Pepper kind of like it's not enough cherry?
Nope.
So you like a more cherry?
I like cherry.
Coke,
yes.
Or Pepsi.
I always have.
Ike Davis takes the first strike he's seen today. Ike walked on 4 pitches his first time up. 52nd walk of the year, which ties him with David Wright for 9th in the National League. Crazy. Ground ball, and Dozier, the second baseman, in front of it. And there are 2 outs. So 2 quick outs for Kyle Gibson. If we were in San Diego, we'd get a couple of cues.
That's right.
That's a great innovation. I think that's something that somebody has to import to Citi Field. A cue for an out recorded in 3 pitches or fewer.
I think the agents should factor that in their negotiations.
Well, when you think about young pitchers and their pitch counts and the innings limits, I mean, that's going to enable you to pitch longer if you get more cues and fewer Ks. Here's Andrew Brown, who drove in the first Met run with a single in the first.
One of my good friends and former teammates, Eric Rasmussen, is the head minor league pitching coach for the Twins.
Harry Rasmussen?
Harry, don't call it. Eric, don't call me Harry. And I played it. I never played with Harry in the minor leagues. In the big leagues, and he got traded to the Padres. When he said one of the things that gets all these young kids that strike out people, you know, in their careers, whether they're coming out of high school or college, he goes, it's a different level. You're playing against the guys that are best from all over the country, and you're not striking out people, and it's hard to get into their head. Hey, make a pitch and get a ground ball. Get a fly ball. So what? It's an out. It's really hard to get it into their heads.
Well, Rick Peterson always said, the former Met pitching coach, he said he tells pitchers that the signing bonus that you get when you sign out of high school or college is the only time you'll ever be paid for velocity. After that, it's about location and changing speeds, and that's how you get quick outs. Curveball strikes out Brown, and that ends the inning. Second strikeout for Kyle Gibson, a much better inning for him. Mets up 2-0 in the third. Find new roads. Cleet Thomas will lead off for the Twins as we go to the bottom of the third. Thomas has been filling in center field since Aaron Hicks was sent to the minors, hitting a .227 for the year. Former Detroit Tiger, and he takes a fastball strike from Dylan G. G's allowed just 1 base runner through the first 2 innings, a walk to Justin Morneau in the second.
Well, this Twins offense is 14th in average, 13th in runs, 12th in home runs, and they strike out a lot. Second most strikeouts.
Ground ball top to Murphy, who comes in, throws across his body and throws it away. Well, Murphy's been trying to make that play, which he couldn't earlier, rather than breaking down, but did not throw that ball well at all.
Well, it's because they play so deep, and we've been harping on this, Gary, about the middle infielders, Kenton and Murph, most of the road trip, and it's been glaring. I mean, that's a ground ball. It's a routine ground ball because they play so deep. I've just never seen guys get base hits, or having Murph having to rush on that play because he's so deep.
Did they score that a hit? Come on. No, that's not a hit. No, come on. That's the worst hometown scoring I've ever seen. No, they got to change that.
Well,
no, that's a joke. That's a routine play.
Right, your congressman.
Oh, come on.
That's not a hit.
That's not a hit.
That's got to be in there. I'm gonna have to.
Come on.
Getting out my whiteout here.
Pedro Florimon is the batter, hitting at 219.
Come on, it's all right. It's not the end of the world.
Ground ball, nicely snagged by Ike. He tried to make the tag, but he couldn't reach Thomas, so he settles for the out at first. He made the swipe on Thomas, hoping to get him before he got ahead of steam going after the beautiful diving stop.
Nice try. Still had him at second base. Now watch this. He's got him. Okay, you miss.
Yeah,
he's out by a mile at second.
I don't really understand that. Why did he not then get up and throw to second? So that's the first out of the inning. And now Brian Dozier is the batter with the runner at second and one out. Dozier bounced to short his first time up. I have to say the Mets have had some questionable infield play over the last couple of days.
Nice play by Ike to get to that ball, and nice presence of mind to try and make the tag.
But that was similar to the play Flores made yesterday, where he had an easy force at third and threw the ball to first.
Yep.
I mean, Ike had plenty of time to get up and throw Thomas out at second. There's a slider from G for a strike to Dozier, 1-1.
You see David Wright play third base, and I don't think there's any better in the National League at third base than David. You kind of get spoiled.
Have they changed that to an area?
No, they have not.
Fly ball center field. Back goes Lagares again. And he has room to make the catch. He is amazing. He made that look routine. He had to go a country mile straight away in center field. Found the ball, and there it was. Thomas tags and goes to third, and there are two out.
Well, this is a man that can play the center field like Curt Flood of the old Cardinals and Paul Blair. Play that shallow center field, Gary, and able to get back and make the plays.
He reminds me of Andrew Jones. I mean, Andrew used to play shallow, and he would cover gap to gap. Balls over his head, and I mean, this kid he's a Gold Glover already.
The way he runs after balls, it just reminds me of Tommy Agee. It wasn't too shabby either.
No, not bad. Two out. Thomas at third. Here's Joe Mauer, who lined out to Davis's first time up, and he takes a fastball strike.
Defense, so critical.
Well, I know the pitchers appreciate it. Mets outfield defense has been one of their major strengths the last couple of months, with Young and Lagares playing every day. Ball and a strike to Mauer, and the way Bird has played all year, that trio has been terrific. Well, since World War II, no catchers had a higher single season average than Joe Mauer.
His Piazza was right there.
Loop foul, and it's 1-2. Well, Mike had that year with the Dodgers. He had 360.
That's incredible. You know what kind of fun that is? I mean, I hit 344 in my best year in '79. How much fun that was. Well, you just can't wait to come to the ballpark.
If Dylan G doesn't allow another hit the rest of this game, they're going to change that call.
They can't.
Oh, they can. But they should change it now.
Because then he would be pitching without the pressure of having a no-hitter, and they wouldn't.
And Dylan's already had a game this year where he's carried a no-hitter into the 7th inning. Mets have had 5 of those games this year, 3 of them by Matt Harvey.
Let's just say Red Foley would not have given you a hit in New York.
Two from G to Mauer, and he struck him out with a fastball away. 3rd strikeout for Dylan G. No runs, a questionable hit, and a man left at 3rd. 2-0 Mets after 3.
Pitching great and getting some help from his defense, his center fielder, like every other pitcher has been. Juan Lagares, splendid again. An awesome catch, robbing Josh Willingham earlier in the day, and he just keeps patrolling center field like he's a Gold Glover. You certainly can see that in his future. I remember a conversation with Marlon Byrd a couple months ago in Chicago, and he said this guy reminds me of Andrew Jones, as Gary just pointed out, for a multitude of reasons, especially the way he plays shallow. But I was kind of following up with Byrd today on that. He said, you know, the thing that I remember, I go back to spring training. Now, I obviously hadn't been around here. I didn't know what the organization thought of him, but what caught my attention in those drills in spring is that he floated to the ball. You know, played shallow, floated to the ball, and you could tell with the really good fielders, what I saw from him is when he runs after balls, his head doesn't move. His head doesn't bob up and down. He's got this uncanny ability to stay smooth, his head there, and he catches everything, you know, right at his chest. He's just, everything is so beautiful. I asked him about the hitting. I said, can he be a major league hitter, do you think? He said, absolutely. The one thing I've noticed as Flores drills one, I can't see it, Gary.
That's going to go up the gap and all the way to the wall as Flores gingerly into second base on that bulky ankle, has himself a leadoff double. Go ahead, Kev.
My view gets cut off here. Thanks. But he's saying, you know, the one thing I like about him is he's got a real ability to really take the information and use it and remember it. You know, his work ethic is terrific. He thinks he can continue it. We will see. Marlon did point out, though, guys, easy to have that work ethic when you're feeling good in your early 20s. When you get mid-30s, then come talk to me.
Well, nobody has a better work ethic than Marlon Byrd. We've watched that all year. And he is certainly an outfielder that a young player like Juan Lagares would be correct to emulate. Here's Travis d'Arnaud, has to move his feet. Ball one. d'Arnaud flying to center his first time up. As a runner in scoring position with nobody out. The Mets now with 7 hits against Gibson. The double by Flores, their first extra base hit.
d'Arnaud, as you can see, is not a big guy. Reminds me kind of, has the same kind of frame of Carlos Ruiz, the catcher for the Phillies. That same size. But he's a line drive hitter. He's going to be a doubles hitter, a gap to gap hitter.
Would it surprise you if I told you that d'Arnaud is listed at 6'2", 225?
I wouldn't believe that.
He doesn't look that way, does he?
No.
More like 6'1", 200?
More like 6 feet. I mean, I chatted with him the other day. He's eye level. I'm a mere 6 feet.
Gibson behind 3-0 on d'Arnaud. And there's a strike. Gibson had a 1-2-3 inning in the third after a couple of rough innings. Now in immediate trouble here in the fourth with the Mets up 2-0. 3-1 to d'Arnaud. And there's ball. No, strike 2.
Yep.
He thought it was ball 4.
I don't want him looking for walks. I'm swinging the bat. 3-1's a good pitch to hit. It's just 3-1 count. It's a fastball. Man, you got to be on it.
Flores at second and nobody out. And there's ball 4. So d'Arnaud draws his 5th walk. So he's 0 for 5 with 5 walks. The second walk given up by Gibson today. And the Mets have 2 men on.
No, this is the 3rd time that the Mets have had the first 2 runners on in an inning. In those 2 innings, 6 hits and only scratched out 2 runs. This game could be a blowout right now.
So now Juan Lagares, who hit a smash to third that Trevor Plouffe made a nice diving play on in the second, but it's stuck in the webbing of Plouffe's glove. And Lagares wound up with an infield hit. Now bats with 2 on and nobody out. And a check swing foul ball.
Well, the Twins were a little uncertain about whether Lagares was going to be bunting or not, and I wouldn't bunt Lagares. Morneau playing kind of in nowhere's land, just moved back. If he wants to bunt, let him bunt. Let's take a look at the defense there. They're moving back now after the first strike. And they're going to bunt, and I don't agree with that.
A perfect bunt. Plouffe has no play, and Lagares has a bunt single. Well, Lagares has been trying to bunt for hits this entire road trip and been fouling the ball off. That time, in what might have been a sacrifice situation, he bunted perfectly for a hit.
Well, the defense moved back, and he puts it right down the line. Your only hope on a play like that is that it rolls to that edge of that grass and kicks foul. Well, Mets in a golden opportunity here.
Bases loaded, nobody out, already up 2-0, and now Quintanilla, who pulled a base hit into right field his first time up.
Bullpens are not up and working for the Twinkies, so so I love a sinker ball pitcher, Gary, a right-hand sinker ball pitcher, and I'm a left-hand hitter. If he needs a ground ball, they're going to go to that sinker. You can bet the house on it. Boy, just laying those high weeds, and I'll never see you come out till it's too late.
Gibson's already gotten 1 ground ball double play today. That was from Flores with the bases loaded to end the first inning. And now the Mets with another bases loaded chance, this time with nobody out in the fourth. 8 hits already against Gibson in 3 innings plus. And Quintanilla takes the sinker low and away, 1-1. Eric Young, the on deck batter.
I just can't get used to those bullpens that are stacked side by side. It's another stadium where the bullpens are together, both sides close by.
Hit hard, base hit. In to score comes Flores. Darno will be stopped at third. Quintanilla with an RBI single, and it's 3-0 New York. Well, the second baseman Dozier had shortened up a little bit further in than normal double play depth, and Quintanilla hit it right past him to give the Mets their third run.
Well, this ball's ripped pretty hard here. 2 for 2 for Quintanilla, both to just to the left of the second baseman Dozier. So the Mets are in a position here to just have some fun.
Well, the first game they played here this year, they put up 16 runs. They lead 3-0. They've got the bases loaded and nobody out with the top of the batting order coming up. Eric Young's already 2 for 2, single to center, single to left. He's scored a run. He's driven in a run. And a slider in for a strike as Anthony Swarzak starts to loosen in the Minnesota bullpen. Ron Gardenhire has been watching this all year. A starting pitching staff that just can't get people out. Starters ERA of 5.09, the worst in the major leagues. Ball and a strike to Young.
Well,
Darno at third, Lagares at second, Quintanilla at first with a run in here in the fourth. Ron Gardenhire has the second longest tenure of any major league manager. Only Mike Scioscia's been in his job longer. 2 balls and a strike to Young. And Scioscia, you wonder whether he's in some difficulty with the terrible year that the Angels have had with all the money they spent. Two and one now to Young. Eric drove in his 21st run his last time up. And he chases a high fastball and fouls back 2-2.
Gardy was a pretty good little scrappy player. He had always had the back issues, and as a result had hamstring issues related to his lower back.
He was almost the shortstop for the '86 Mets.
Yes, he was.
Now it's 2-2. And EY smashes one to Plouffe. Diving back Lagares. He's out. Double play. So Darno has doubled off third. Unassisted double play for Plouffe.
Little close.
Did he get him?
Tough play for Darno here. Tough play.
Third base umpire Phil Cuzzy right on top of the play. Couldn't be any closer.
Yeah, from that angle, it looks like he got him.
So the second double play for the Twins today, and Gibson really needed that one. Now
So
2 out and 2 on for Murphy.
Are the Mets going to have another 3-hit inning with only 1 run?
Well, they've had a couple of those already today.
This one's unfortunate.
Double play in the first inning ended a further threat. You had Quintanilla thrown out on the bases in the second inning, and now the line drive double play here in the fourth.
We would say that young Kyle Gibson's living in a tree right now if he gets out of this.
And Murphy lines one up the middle, a base hit. Here comes Lagares around third. He'll come in to score. Quintanilla stops at second. Daniel Murphy with his second hit of the day. He drives in a run, and it's 4-0 New York. So after the line drive double play, the Mets still able to cash one in.
And that's probably going to be it. Here comes Gardenhire. This guy is just, I'm sorry to say, throwing lollipops up there.
So you're saying he's fallen out of the tree?
Jeez. And that's it.
So the Twins will make a pitching change. Anthony Swarzak will come on. Mets have built a 4-0 lead in the fourth. The call to the bullpen brought to you by Verizon Wireless. We'll be right back to Minneapolis.
Dominic. Harry up there, the guy that
Long relief for Minnesota.
Well, 75 in a third innings. That's the most of any reliever in Major League Baseball. He's had some quite some work down there. 36 games too, so he's not a guy that's going to go out there and give you one inning. He's gobbled up innings.
He's had 5 straight scoreless outings, and 2 of those outings went 3 innings. So he comes on here for the long term to face Marlon Byrd. Of course, it's easier to have your long guy go multiple innings in the American League since you don't have the pinch hit.
Correct.
So the Mets have scored twice here in the 4th and lead 4-0. Marlon Byrd has not yet joined the festivities. He's 0 for 2, struck out and fly to right. Quintanilla at second, Murphy at first with 2 down. The Mets had 4 runs and 10 hits against Kyle Gibson in his 3 2/3 inning.
It could have been a lot uglier.
3 runners out on the base paths.
There was not one.
Maurer throwing down to first, and Murphy gets back.
There was not one soft hit too. They were hit hard. Even some of the outs were ripped. It just looked like BP.
9 of the 10 hits against Gibson were singles, but nonetheless, Mets have been hitting bullets all day. Swarzak, another sinker ball pitcher like Gibson. He was a starter early in his career, moved to the bullpen full time now. Mike Davis, the on deck batter. Byrd has had 3 career at bats against Swarzak, 2 home runs in 3 at bats.
Likes him.
He was looking forward to this pitching change. Good breaking ball, and it's a ball and 2 strikes to Byrd.
Well, Marlon mad at himself. Remember his first at bat, he swung at a bad breaking ball in the dirt outside. Marlon's very disciplined at the plate. I love his approach. He's struck out over 100 times this year, but you know what? It doesn't seem like it.
No, it doesn't. He's 9th in the National League in strikeouts, 116 now with the 1 today. Batting here with 2 out and 2 on. Swarzak really taking his time. And Byrd grounds one to the shortstop. Florimon gets the force play, and the inning comes to an end. But the Mets tack on a couple. Wilmer Flores got it started with a double, a walk to d'Arnaud, one single for Lagares, and the Mets able to put together a big inning on RBIs for Quintanilla and Murphy, and the Mets lead at 4-0 in the 4th. Dylan G now with a 4-0 lead as we go to the bottom of the fourth. Josh Willingham will lead off for the Twins. Willingham hit a long fly ball to center field, and Juan Lagares made a terrific play. Infinity brings us this date in baseball history. At least I thought they were going to. History will have to wait. History will be in the future. It was on this date in 2007, Johan Santana's last year as a Minnesota Twin, that he set a career high and a Twins franchise record with 17 strikeouts against Texas. There we go. There's your history. There's your history.
I always liked that logo of the Twins.
That's a foul ball. Just foul. Darno made sure and picked it up and slapped a tag on Willingham in case it was fair. Is that Minnie and Paul?
Could be.
Well, they're good friends. See, there should be more smiles, less strife.
Well, agreed.
Slider misses to Willingham, 2-2. Whereas the Twins began as the Washington Senators. They moved to Minneapolis in 1961. Swing and a miss. And G strikes out Willingham. That's 4 strikeouts now for Dylan. There were 2 Washington Senators franchises, the one that moved to Minneapolis in 1961. Then they established a new Washington Senators franchise that then moved to Texas in 1972. And then Washington was without baseball until the Nats arrived from Montreal in 2005. But Minneapolis was the beneficiary of that first move. Here's Justin Morneau, and he takes ball 1. They played outdoors for all those years in Bloomington, which was I guess a compromise between the franchise being in Minneapolis and being in St. Paul. Line over short, a base hit for Morneau. Chase toward the gap by Young. Morneau's going to try for 2. Here comes the throw by Young. It's offline, and Morneau stands with a double. Well, that's the first legitimate hit for the Twins today. Their second overall. So Morneau with a 2-base hit, his 30th of the year. And the Twins have a runner in scoring position with 1 out for Ryan Doumit. Doumit struck out his first time up. And he takes a curveball for a strike. So the Twins played outside until they opened the Metrodome. What was that, 1982? And you know, they won a couple of World Series in the Metrodome. Good changeup by G, 0-2. But the folks here in the Twin Cities always longed for outdoor baseball again, even with all the cold that they suffered through in April and that they would in October. And finally they got themselves this downtown outdoor ballpark, and it is a gem. It's nice to see it without the snowfall.
It's nice to see it with sun.
Swing and a miss. G with a high fastball strikes out Doumit for the second time. It's 5 strikeouts for Dylan.
Upstairs fastball again. Not a good swing from Doumit.
So now Oswaldo Arcia, who struck out his first time up. And Arcia swings and misses at a changeup. 0-1. Well, Dylan G just continues to roll along. He's gotten better and better. He's been awfully good since late June, and now even more recently, his last 6 starts, he's posted a 1.74 earned run average. That's how good he's been. He just keeps throwing that changeup, and Twins haven't made solid contact with it yet. Morneau at second with 2 out. Mets with a 4-0 lead in the 4th. Mets will head home after the game today and start a 9-game homestand tomorrow night, facing the Braves for 2, the Tigers for 3, and the Phillies for 4. Braves have made a mockery of the National League East, now with a 15.5 game lead. But the Nats, who are in second place, are still trying. The Nats made a trade today. They picked up David DeJesus, the New Jersey native, from the Cubs. Not sure.
I don't know why, unless.
I mean, the Nats are 15.5 out in the division and 9.5 out in the wild card. Their chances would seem to be extremely slim. Check swing. Did he go? They look at third, and no swing, says Phil Cuzzy. So I'm a little confused by that the Nats would continue to acquire veteran talent like that. But there are the standings in the National League East. Mets will face Brandon Beachy tomorrow night. The Braves are hoping that before the postseason arrives, he rounds into form following Tommy John surgery. Popped up. Out goes Flores, cutting across Quintanilla, calls him off, and Quintanilla grabs it to end the inning. So a double and 1 left. And G, with 4 scoreless innings under his belt, carries a 4-0 lead into the 5th.
And I will ask a question about my life and time in baseball, and the 17th correct answer, you all know the drill by now, that is tweeted at SNYTV with the hashtag #ScoreWithKeith, will win one of my autographed scorecards. Remember, you have to be following SNYTV on Twitter in order to win. Today's question is, how many Gold Glove awards did I win with the Mets? Okay. Have at it, folks.
I know the total number. I'm not sure I know the exact answer to that question. Do you? Mike Davis takes a strike.
I mean, how would you factor in 83? It was half a season.
Well, if you won the award that year, and I'm not saying you did, it would be announced in November, and you were a Met.
Okay. So that counts.
If it had been announced in May, you would be a Cardinal.
Okay.
Ike has walked and grounded out 0 for 1, and he takes a strike 3 call. Well, that was not a good at bat for Ike. Anthony Swarzak catches him looking for the first out in the 5th.
Got caught looking.
So 1 out and nobody on. Now Andrew Brown, who drove in the first Med run with an opposite field 2-strike single in the first. Then he struck out in the 3rd. That was against Kyle Gibson, the starter, who got knocked out in the 4th inning. And the breaking ball fouled off the mask of Maurer and back. Gibson went 3 2/3, allowed 4 runs, 10 hits, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. And Swarzak came on to get the final out in the 4th.
It could have been a whole lot worse.
2 double plays. Quintanilla thrown out in a rundown. It could have been. Brown the DH today. This is not the Mets' last DH game of the season. They have a 3-game series in Cleveland on their next road trip.
And the Mets have one more makeup doubleheader before the year's out.
That's at home.
At home against the Fish.
Big Saturday single admission doubleheader.
Oh, the old-fashioned one.
Old-fashioned.
Excellent.
2 for the price of 1.
Yeah, I like it.
I remember 1 o'clock doubleheaders at Shea Stadium. Pack a lunch. Figure you'd be out of there by 6:30. Take the Q44 bus.
I like the regular doubleheaders. You know, they were like, what, 20 or half hour in between, Gary? What was the time normal?
20 minutes, 25 minutes.
As a player, you would just go in, you would change your shirt. That's all I'd change. And I'd go out with the same uniform unless it was really dirty.
Slow grinder past the mound. Florimon will try to barehand it. Not sure he needed to do that.
He did not need to do that. I don't know what
Brown is aboard.
Now they're going to rule that a hit. They did. Oh my goodness.
Well, he made it a more difficult play by trying to barehand it.
Wow.
Which is why they gave him a hit. You know, unlike the Murphy play where Murphy fielded it cleanly and threw it away. Clearly it should have been an error. In any event, Brown will take it, his 2nd hit of the game.
And they didn't have food in those old days like they do today.
I was going to ask you that, whether you ate between games, because, you know, in those days, most of the time you'd be playing in under 2.5 hours.
Right.
Now games routinely last, you know, 45 minutes longer.
I would have a candy bar. I was never really hungry. I was always geared up. So I'd have a sweet.
Things have changed.
Now they have. Yep.
I can't keep you away from the candy during the game.
You didn't cool down in a 20-minute break. Your body stayed warm.
0-2 to Flores, who shot a double to right center and scored a run in the 4th. Travis d'Arnaud on deck.
I always liked doubleheaders. I always went in with I can be a pretty negative guy. Think kind of on the dark side, but doubleheaders, I always went into a doubleheader saying, gosh, I can get 5 hits today. 6 hits.
And did you?
I had a lot of good doubleheaders. I did. And it was funny because when I'd go into Davey's office and I just said, we had Magadan was my backup. And Dave could play. You know, he's a good hitter. So I'd go into Davey's office. I'd say, you know what, Mags doesn't hit against left-handers. Just play me against the left-hander. Let him play against the right-hander.
1-2 to Flores, and he takes one the other way. Dozier with a nice play, gets the out at second. Florimon can't double up Flores, but quite a play by Dozier to get the force play on Brown for the 2nd out.
Well, he got to one here. It makes a nice play, but look at Brown on this slide. Prevents the double play. Florimon can't get anything on it, and he's also Olayan too. He didn't stay in there. He got out of dodge real quick. He's got to make that double play. Take the punishment.
So 2 out Flores at first, and now here's Travis d'Arnaud, who's flied out and walked today. 0 for 5 with 5 walks to start his major league career. And he takes low and away for ball 1.
It's interesting in right field. They have like a totem pole, I guess you can call it, where the division leaders are. Right now they're showing the National League Central. It's kind of interesting with the Pirates on top, and now it's the West with the Dodgers. That's kind of cool. I like that. Another way to look at the standings. How about the Giants in last place?
3-0 to d'Arnaud. How many walks do you think he's going to draw before he gets his first hit? He's an on-base percentage machine. Swarzak behind him 3-0 with Lagares on deck. Swinging 3-0, and d'Arnaud fouls it back.
Good.
How about that?
I think the skipper wants to let him get his hit.
Well, how many guys get the green light on 3-0 in their 3rd big league game?
I understand. I like it. Up 4-0. Another good pitch to hit.
He fouls that fastball back. 3-2. Get up to the minute info as the Mets gear up for tomorrow's series opener against the Braves, plus heated debate on all the latest Jets and Giants preseason news on Loudmouths, presented by Caesars Atlantic City, tomorrow at 5:30 only on SNY.
Who's starting for the Braves, Gary?
That would be Brandon Beachy.
Oh, that's right. You said that earlier. That's
Zach,
the hard thrower.
Against Zach Wheeler tomorrow.
He had Tommy John, right?
He did. He's had a handful of starts since coming back. 3-2. And that's line foul. And since you asked, here are your city probables for the series. Wheeler against Beachy tomorrow, and then John Neese against Travis Wood. That's going to be Travis Wood's 7th major league start, his 3rd. Excuse me, I call him Travis. I keep doing that. Alex Wood. It's going to be Alex Wood's 7th major league start, his 3rd against the Mets. John Neese coming off a gem his last time out, his 2nd off the DL. Again, the 3-2 coming at d'Arnaud. Flores runs, and d'Arnaud goes down on the high fastball to end the inning. 2nd strikeout for Swarzak. We're halfway through in this makeup game in Minnesota. Dylan G and the Mets up 4-0.
Lead the Twins. We go to the home fifth inning here. Gorgeous day at Target Field. Well, Jeremy Hefner is back in New York watching this game. I was texting with him and he's loving what G's doing. He said, he loves the sinker changeup combo he's got going low, and then he's really liked his ability to elevate today. He says that's stuff that he's been doing the last bunch of starts has really, he thinks, has made him successful. Meanwhile, for Hefner, originally we were told he was supposed to go for a second opinion today on that elbow. He's going tomorrow. We wish him the best. Surgery is not out of the question for that, and that also kind of leads into another conversation, guys. I mean, the Mets, as they try to figure out their rotation for the last 6 weeks of the season, there's a lot in play, trying to limit the innings of Matt Harvey and Zach Wheeler. But when you look down in the minor leagues, if Hefner is out for a while, they don't really have those veterans to come up and eat up innings. So they're debating today. We may know after the game. What do? Do they bring up a youngster for a couple starts and then throw Torres in the rotation? A lot of options the Mets have to figure out. One away. Gary, back to you.
Lagares catching the fly ball from Plouffe. Well, they do have some veteran pitchers in AAA right now, but Matt Fox is 30 years old. He's pitched briefly in the big leagues with Boston and Minnesota. You could call him up. He's done okay for Vegas. 6-4, 4.31. They also have another intriguing option, a 35-year-old pitcher from Puerto Rico who's never pitched in the big leagues, Giancarlo Alvarado, who's pitched in Taiwan and Japan and in Mexico. There's a ground ball off the bat of Clete Thomas, and Murphy throws him out. I mean, all the Met fans are clamoring for Rafael Montero or Noah Syndergaard to come up and make a couple of starts, but that's just not going to happen because they're reaching their innings limit. The one young pitcher who might be able to come up and help is Jacob deGrom, who has also pitched very well for Vegas this year. He may have a little more wiggle room with his innings limits. Now, Kevin, what are you hearing about any of those guys being called up? Florimon takes a strike. I think we lost contact with Kevin. He was in the outer reaches of Target Field.
He's up in those steep seats.
There's that great changeup G's had all day long, and it's 0-2.
He's just been kind of toying with this lineup.
Now the 0-2 to Florimon, and he comes inside, gets strike 3 called to the inside corner. 6 strikeouts for Dylan G, and the Twins are done 1-2-3 in the 5th. On to the 6th, 4-0 Mets. Two-game series. It'll be completed in 24 hours against the Braves. Our coverage begins tomorrow night at 6 o'clock right here on SNY. Well, happy birthday wishes to our partner Ron Darling. who is celebrating his birthday today in the south of France.
Why not?
Now, I don't know if he gets SNY on the beach. And where is he? Where did you say he was?
Cap Antibes, which is near it's Cannes, and it's down there.
I don't know.
It's the French Riviera.
I don't know if they can pick up the SNY telecast there. It's about what, 5-hour time difference, 6 hour.
Well, you got satellites. If you got the MLB at bat, you can pick up the game.
Can you see it all around the world?
Of course.
Do you think that's what he's doing on his birthday in the south of France?
I think his head's on a swivel myself.
Juan Lagares leading off in the 6th inning. Juan is 2 for 2, hasn't had the ball out of the infield, but he has an infield hit and a bunt single. And he has scored 2 runs today. So happy birthday, Ron. He's 53 today.
And it's just amazing, all the technology today that you and I, Gary, we both texted Ronnie our birthday wishes. Strike 3 called to Lagares.
Third strikeout for Swarzak.
I think Guccione is saying, guys, he's pulling a Frank Pulley. Swing the bats. And that's a strike. We're able to text Ronnie our birthday wishes, and he texted us right back and told us what he was doing, laying at the pool in Cap Antibes. I mean, it's just amazing, isn't it? Your wife, when you were on the All-Star break, she sent me a video of you laying out at the beach.
I'm not sure I needed you to be seeing that.
I saw it.
Okay.
If you recall,
there's really no privacy anymore, is there? Quintanilla is 2 for 2, and he's driven in a run, and he takes a strike 1-1. Well, I wonder whether Ronnie's wife will be texting us him lying on the beach in France. Probably not. One and 2 to Quintanilla. So Ronnie enjoying a well-earned vacation, and he'll be back with us next week. You and I will have to survive through the Braves and Tigers series before Ronnie's return.
I'm looking forward to seeing those 2 good ball clubs very much. And I am actually, at the end of the year, I have not traveled in over a decade, and I'm going to dig into my wallet, and I'm going to go to Spain for my 60th birthday. October 20th. I'm going to leave the 6th of October and come back November 1st. I'm going to be there for 3 weeks. I'm going to spend my 60th birthday in the home of my grandparents, my dad's parents in Malaga.
You're going to be 60?
I'm going to be 60.
Quintanilla out on strikes. 3 straight strikeouts now for Swarzak, his 4th. 2 out and nobody on. Let's check in with the studio for a game break with Kareth Burke, presented by your local Tri-Honda dealers.
Thank you. I've never been. That's the home of my ancestors, so I'm very excited.
Here's Eric Young, who's 2 for 3, lined into a double play his last time up. Well, I got you both beat. I'm going to Australia when the season's over.
Well, I have a great time. That's a long. You going to do that flight all at once?
You know, New York to L.A., L.A. to Sydney.
Yeah. Could do Hawaii, and then Hawaii to Sydney.
I've never been to Hawaii.
Oh,
but then again, I've never been to Australia either.
Neither have I. I've not been to Australia. That's on my wish list.
There's a strike, 2-1 to Young. I know our producer Greg Picker has spent many time in Australia during his days covering tennis, and he raves about the country. I'm surprised he didn't stay there. He likes it so much. Slap down to third. Pluff on the back end. Makes the long throw, and Morneau with a good footwork. So Plouffe throws out Young to end the inning. 4-0. Top of the batting order, third time through for Dylan Gene. He throws a curveball for a strike to Brian Dozier. Dozier is grounded to short, fly to center, 0 for 2. G has been terrific again today. He's given up just 2 hits, walked 1 and struck out 6 through 5 scoreless innings. It'll be Dozier, then Joe Mauer and Josh Willingham against G, who's looking for his 9th win of the year.
Well, it's a big inning for him right here, top of the order, to get through it.
Lined into right center, a base hit for Dozier. And the Twins have their 3rd hit of the day.
Well, the last play that Morneau made to end the inning, watch the footwork, how that's not really something, there was really no need to do that. I never, as a first baseman, like to catch the ball in foul territory. And there's Lagares in fair territory. Why I didn't like to do that, it's usually a throw that's into the runner. Because if you cross over in foul territory, there's a chance it might hit the runner if it's a close play. So I always like to stretch parallel to the line, first base line, and catch it in front of the runner.
Joe Mauer, the batter. He lashes one into left for a base hit. So the Twins have something working here in the 6th. Back-to-back base hits to start the inning. Well, isn't the other thing that if you shift into foul territory needlessly, it takes the ball that much longer to get to?
Right. The only time that I would do that, and really it's kind of a lazy way to do it, was if it was a real slow runner and you knew, I can always tell if it was going to be a close play or not. You got plenty of time on a ground ball to check the runner out before the throw and see where he is in position in relationship to first base running down the line. If it's a pitcher not running it out, then you can do that.
So now G in his first real spot of trouble today. 1st and 2nd and nobody out. 3 and 4 hitters, Willingham and Morneau. And Willingham chases slider, 0-1.
And by the way, all you kids out there that are first basemen, I never straddled the bag. I always stepped forward with my stretch with my right foot. My left leg was always, well, that foot was always on the bag, no matter where the throw was. So if you're a right-hander, it's going to be your right foot.
And why is that?
It's just a crossover step. It's just, that's the foot that you're comfortable with, and you're not losing any stretch. I always kept my left foot on the bag. That was my bag foot.
Well, it makes sense. You can stretch farther with your glove.
Right.
If you go opposite foot from where the glove is.
Right. And never do the splits, kids. You know, all you're going to do out of that is pull a hamstring. And you're not getting a big stretch. As big a stretch if you get down low and step to the ball. You can get your glove out further than you do the splits. It looks good on TV, but it's professionals like myself, highly skilled and trained professionals. It's very amateurish.
What's your Willie Montañez?
I ran into Willie this offseason.
1-2 from G to Willingham. Fly ball center field. This one's easier for Lagares. Tagging at second is Dozier. He's going to try for third and make it without a throw. So Willingham flies out for the first out. The runners at the corners for Justin Morneau.
I ran into Willie Montañez at the bat dinner. And he watches baseball. That was funny. He came up to me and said, I love it when you say, Keith, this is the bit because you got to make that play. Willie was a good man. Had a lot of talent.
He was fun to watch, let me tell you, especially when he played for some really bad Met teams. Sometimes he was the best reason to come to the ballpark.
Didn't he come up with the Phillies and hit 30 home runs that one year?
Yes. And got beaten out for the Rookie of the Year by Earl Williams, the catcher for the Braves.
Right.
Here's Justin Morneau, 1st and 3rd and 1 out. Morneau's walked and doubled to left center. And the curveball pulled down to first. Nice play by Ike. Gets the out there. First to second. Gets the out. Did the run score? It does not score. Ike should have come home with that ball to be sure. But he did get the tag play at second before Dozier crossed the plate. So the run does not count. And the Twins continue to be shut out. Forced there Tag play necessary there. It's a timing play, and Maurer is tagged before Dozier crosses the plate. And the home plate umpire, Chris Guccione, says no run. Davis to make to end the inning.
Well, Ike makes a nice play. What I like, he gets rid of the ball quick here. He could have gone home yet, Scare. But, you know, it's a tough play. I've made that play once in my career, and ironically, Ron Darling was pitching, and it was a close game.
And you see it was the correct call by the home plate umpire. Quintanilla put the tag on just a split second before Dozier crossed the plate.
So Ike made it's the right play. You're up 4 runs. What I like what Ike did was that he got rid of the ball fast. And, you know, Ike, for a while there, was getting very methodical and slow with his throws on double plays. That's how it's done. Very nice play by Ike.
Let me ask you another question. In that kind of situation, first and third, would you be better served not to step on first and just to go to second? And then
you could do that, yes.
Murphy hits one to left, and Willingham's right there.
But those are all decisions that are made, you know, on the run. You haven't got much time. You got to react. You got to be, the ball's hit to me. You got to know every situation. Yes, he was right by the bag. He could have gone a second, but I can't fault all Ike for anything he did there. It was he got the double play,
and it worked out. He got the quick enough throw and the tag to keep the shutout intact.
Even if the run scores, it's 4-1.
Well, it's different, obviously, if it's a one-run game.
Yeah.
Here's Bird, who's 0 for 3. Marlin is struck out, flied out, and hit into a fielder's choice. Facing Anthony Swarzak, who's already worked 2 2/3 in relief. Starter Kyle Gibson lasted just 3 2/3, gave up 4 runs and 10 hits. Mets might have had more, but for a couple of double plays and runner tagged out on the bases, Bird fights it off, and it's 0-2. Brian Dunsing, one of 3 left-handers in the Twins bullpen, is up now. And Bird bounces one behind third. Tough play for Plouffe. The long throw is off target. And Bird is safe. An infield single for Marlon Bird. Only Manny Machado makes that play.
Brooks.
Yeah. I meant now. I don't think Brooks could make that play now. So 1 out and 1 on. The Mets have their 12th hit, and here's Davis, who's 0 for 2 in a walk today.
That was an incredible series that Brooks Robinson had, and that when they beat the Reds.
1970.
Gosh, what a showcase! It was like Clementi's World Series. It was a showcase offensively and everything for Clemente.
Well, that one really.
I've never seen that.
That ball hit Mauer and went over the screen and about 50 rows back in the stands. That's how hard it hit him.
I thought it hit home plate. Oh my goodness. And the ball came, folks, 3/4 over the screen, directly behind home plate, past the first section. Right there. That's the first section. It went right past that. Wow.
Well, those are the jolts you take as a catcher. And when your best offensive player is your catcher, and the Mets went through this for years with Mike Piazza, you always hold your breath. Nice looking fastball by Swarzak going 2. Well, Mauer has spent some time at first, a little time at DH, but he continues to play the bulk of the time behind the plate. Of course, if Justin Morneau leaves after this season, that's very much in question. This is the last year of his contract. Mauer could play more first base in the future. Just inside to Davis, 1 and 2.
I like the scouting report on Ike today. This is the first team that has pitched Ike fastballs inside. Everybody's been throwing him the old junkaroni, and this team is popping them inside. Now they're going to go with
back inside with the breaking ball.
Yep.
2 and 2. Andrew Brown hitting 5th in the order. He's the DH today. Already has a couple of hits in that spot. Mets have made the least of the most in their offense so far today. A run on 3 hits in the first, a run on 3 hits in the second, 2 runs on 4 hits in the fourth.
This game could be 9-0. Going inside.
Strike 3 call. Got him again. Same spot he got him the last time. It's 5 strikeouts in relief for Swarzak.
Well, it's something that Ike hasn't seen now since he's come back. And I've been sitting up here going, what are these guys thinking? Well, this is not a surprise that Ike is having difficulty. 2 strikeouts on fastballs in because he hasn't seen them. What a surprise.
So 2 out. Bird still at first, and here's Brown, who had a base hit to right to drive in the first Met run, and then he had an infield single in the 5th. 2 for 3 on the day. Swarzak's now worked 3 full innings in relief. The 3rd time he's done that in his last 6 appearances. And gets the slider over for a strike to Brown. 0 and 2. Wilmer Flores would be next. Now the 0-2. Outside and low. Bird at first and 2 down. And Brown got tied in a knot, and he held the swing in time. Ron Culpa with the call, 2-2. Two from Swarzak, and again he tied him up, and again Brown held back 3-2.
Swarzak, I like Swarzak. He's not afraid to throw the fastball and throw inside.
Bird runs 3-2 is too high, ball four. So Swarzak was up in the count on Brown, loses him to a walk. That's his first walk. Well, get to Citi Field Tuesday, August 27th for your Gary, Keith, and Ron bobblehead presented by SNY. Ronnie will even be back from France by then. The first 1,000 fans to purchase tickets to the 7-10 game against the Phillies at Mets.com/GKR will receive the bobblehead. Visit Mets.com/GKR now for your tickets. Now, I've just this morning, for the first time, seen a rendering of the bobblehead.
We both did.
And there's one very significant feature that never would have been on any previous Gary, Keith, and Ron bobblehead.
That's right.
And that is the empty upper lip.
I have no mustache in the bobblehead. And Ronnie looks very tan.
Well, that's because he's on the south of France. They anticipated the post-vacation Ronnie Darling. 2 out and 2 on. Here's Wilmer Flores. I mean, the next homestand is going to be bobblehead heaven. You've got Jay's bobblehead on Friday, Seaver's bobblehead on Sunday, and then our bobblehead Tuesday. 3 bobbleheads in 5 days.
Perfect.
That's much bobbling.
And we're hitting in the 3rd spot in the order.
Well, of course.
That's right.
Isn't that where you belong?
You're going to clutch out.
Well, there are 3 of us.
That's true. I'm thinking in terms of the lineup.
I understand. So you're saying Jay's the leadoff hitter?
Oh, gosh. Who thought of that one?
And, you know, if you're going to order them, Seaver would always be number 1.
Yes, that's true.
Flores is 1 for 3 today. Double to right center. Scored a run in the 4th. Robbed of a hit on a nice play by Dozier his last time up. 2 on and 2 out. And Flores fouls it away.
Swarzak pounding inside. He's not overly overpowering. That is a terrible use of language.
It's a bit redundant and repetitive. But that's okay. We all do.
My open when I in one sentence used neither and either. Terrible. Mr. Mahaffey, please forgive me.
Flores reaches for it, pokes it through the hole, a base hit. Bird being waved around third. Here comes the throw by Arcia to the plate, not in time. Wilmer Flores goes the other way for an RBI single, and it's 5-0 New York. RBI number 11 for Flores in just 39 big league at bats.
Going the other way, almost a half swing. It was a half swing. A little punch. So Mr. Flores continues to drive in runs.
Well, Anthony Swarzak did a great job in relief up until that point, but he yields a run here in the 7th, and he'll take his exit after 3 innings of relief. We'll be right back to Minnesota. Here's today's AT&T trivia question. We promise it'll be up in just a moment. Here we are. The only two players to appear in at least 200 games with both the Mets and the Twins. Well, I know one of them's here today. Travis d'Arnaud, the batter, swings and misses at the Brian Dunsing fastball. Dunsing, who's worked as a starting pitcher in the past for the Twins, has found a home in the bullpen, his 57th appearance. Lefties hit him pretty hard, but he's done well against the righties, and he's brought in to face the right-hand hitter d'Arnaud, who's still looking for that elusive first big league hit. And he fouls back the fastball, and it's 0-2. You figure out who it was?
I think I have one.
Well, there's one I know for sure is in the ballpark today.
That's usually what happens.
The other I don't think is here. First and third and 2 out with a run in here in the 7th. And d'Arnaud lays off the breaking ball from Dunsing. 1-2. Travis 0 for 2 and a walk today. He's 0 for 6 with 5 walks in the first 3 games of his major league career. And the Mets will decide after the game today whether he stays with John Buck coming off the paternity leave, or whether he goes back to Vegas for a couple more weeks and comes back September 1st. 1-2 from Dunsing, and he bounces it, and Maurer stops it nicely. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
You're right. You know, you got 2 weeks, a little less than 2 weeks before September 1st. It would be kind of, I know it's not a fair world we live in, but Recker's done such a nice job this year, because Recker would be the one that would be sent down.
Well, whoever goes down will be back
right
as soon as the rosters expand. 2-2 to d'Arnaud. And Travis swings and misses. He is a strikeout victim for the 2nd time today as Dunsing comes in to get the final out in the top of the 7th. But the Mets tack one on Flores' hit and lead 5-0. He's only walked 1 and struck out 6. Got in trouble in the 6th inning, but got through the 3 and 4 hitters without a problem. And now he'll face Ryan Doumit to lead off the bottom of the 7th, with the Mets now up 5-0.
Well, Dylan looking to get over 500 to go to 9-8. Looks like he's on his way.
Dillman has seen 6 pitches today and struck out twice. And now he sees ball 1 for the first time. It'll be Dillman, then Oswaldo Arcia and Trevor Plouffe for the Twins in the 7th inning. Long drive center field. Lagares back. He's there. 1 out.
Del Monte. The ball doesn't carry here. It does not.
So 1 out and nobody on. Arcia coming up. Let's check in with Kevin.
The Twins are looking for offense today, but there was a time when they certainly didn't have to look far, especially with guys like Kirby Puckett. And, you know, Puckett was just an affable guy around his teammates. One guy who knows for sure is LaTroy Hawkins. LaTroy's first year in the bigs, 1995. He remembers spring training that year. He said the first person that took me under his wing when I walked in the door was Kirby Puckett. He came over, introduced himself, and just basically there wasn't a thing that I did without Kirby helping me along the way. You know, he was a pro. He was affable. There wasn't a person that worked in the organization at the stadium that he didn't talk to, that he didn't know their name. And I took note of that. You know, every single meal that year on the road, Kirby paid for. I literally didn't spend a penny. We went to lunch. We went to dinner. We went to the ballpark together. It was huge for me coming up. LaTroy got in, I believe it was 6 games in that year in 1995, but he said the lessons he learned from Puckett, invaluable. And when Kirby tragically passed away back in '06, he had a stroke. Obviously a horrible time for everyone that knew him. And LaTroy said, you know, I was in camp with the Orioles, and it was so important for me to pay my respects and to say goodbye. I guess this gives you guys an idea what kind of organization the Twins are. He was talking with folks from the Twins front office, and basically he drove to Fort Myers and got on a Twins plane and went to the funeral of Kirby Puckett. He said it was important for me to say goodbye. The beauty of that is those lessons are taken today by Hawkins, because today a perfect example. I'm telling you, Gary, from the time I got into the clubhouse this morning just for 10 o'clock to the time we were kicked out, there were person after person that came in to shake LaTroy's hand and kind of say, hey, how you doing? Thank you for being so great when you were here. So pass it forward indeed.
Well, that's exactly right. It's all about paying it forward, isn't it? And we've seen it with LaTroy with the younger players this year and the way he's taken them under his wing.
Well, all the traditional teams, there's a base hit right there to right field. That could be in the gap for a double, and it is. And back to your point, Garrett, yes, tradition is very important.
So Trevor Plouffe with the 2-out double, and now Clete Thomas. That's 5 hits now off G, and it's just the 2nd extra base hit for the Twins today.
How many pitches is Dillon in?
He's 78.
Oh, he's cruising.
He certainly has been doing that on a day when the Mets badly needed for Dillon to pitch deep into the game. Terry Collins had at least 2 and maybe as many as 4 relievers he wanted to stay away from today. And G has done exactly what the manager needed him to do, getting deep into this game. Thomas has an infield single, and he's grounded out 1 for 2. G has struck out 7 and walked only 1. And Thomas fouls back the fastball. 1-1. Dillon's been consistently at 90 and 91 miles an hour with his fastball today. That one 89. Early in the season he was 87, 88, so that's been a big difference.
He's been throwing the fastball up in the strike zone too, around between the letters and the chin.
He's gotten a lot of strikeouts that way.
Yes,
today.
he has 7.
And the changeup with it, and it's 1-2. He has just kicked it into another gear, hasn't he?
He certainly has. He's had great command of his changeup, Gary. Like the way he's used his fastball. He hasn't really used the breaking ball that much. Just kind of showed it every now and again.
1-2 to Clete Thomas. Just missed. 2-2. Well, his next start will get a much stiffer test. He'll face the Tigers on Sunday.
Well, I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to the Tigers coming to town, as well as the Braves.
You know, you'll enjoy watching the Tigers hit. I'm not sure you're going to enjoy watching them field. It might offend your sensibilities a little bit. It's the 2-2. Hit on the ground toward the middle. Murphy boots it. And that'll bring in the first Minnesota run. Yeah, Murphy had it lined up on the backhand, but he kicked it. He didn't get an error on the first play when he should have. I would hope that that one is scored correctly.
You want to bet?
Well, I said of the first one it should have been error.
They're thinking on it.
On this one they do charge an error. So the Twins get a run to break up G's shutout, and it's 5-1, an unearned run. And now Pedro Florimon, the number 9 batter, who's 0 for 2 today. One thing about the Tigers, they have improved their defense a little bit. It wasn't what they wanted to do, but when Johnny Peralta was about to be suspended, they traded for Jose Iglesias, the young shortstop from the Red Sox, and he is a spectacular fielder. Fly ball center field. Another long run back for Lagares to the warning track, and he runs another one down. All day long, Juan Lagares running hundreds and hundreds of feet to run down fly balls. He has had himself quite a day.
Makes it look easy.
Well, Kirby Puckett played that kind of center field in Minnesota. Made this famous catch in game number 6 against the Cardinals. Eighth inning, Juan Lagares leads off for New York. Mets with a 5-1 lead. Lagares 2 for 3 today. A couple of infield hits and 2 runs scored. And he fouls back the first offering from Brian Dunsing. My brain is on overload. I credited that Kirby Puckett catch I said against the Cardinals. I mixed up my World Series. It was of course against the Braves in 1991.
Do you remember who hit it off the bat of?
I don't.
Neither do I.
But it was a heck of a catch.
Speaking of catches, I was Ron Gant, I believe.
Right, that was game 6, right? And then Kirby hit the home run to win the game and force game 7, which was one of the classic games of all time, that matchup in game 7 between Smoltz and Morris.
Well, this young man at the plate right now, speaking of gloves, is going to fill up his cabinet full of gold gloves if he can put together a long career. He is just terrific in center field.
I mean, just today he's made 3 or 4 tremendous plays.
Do you know what that means to have a center fielder that can cover that kind of ground at Citi Field 81 games out of the year? It is just invaluable.
And the funny thing is, coming into this season, he wasn't even considered the best center fielder in the Mets organization. Some still feel that Matt Den Decker may be even better than Lagares, which is hard to believe off what we've seen so far. I mean, we've seen Den Decker in spring training, and he has been great. But this has just been otherworldly, what Lagares has done.
Well, the one thing you can consider, Gary, if, okay, let's just say in the perfect world, both Den Decker and Lagares become good hitters and everyday players. Lagares has the better arm and more accurate, so you'd want to put your best arm in right field. That would be a consideration. And a much more difficult right field to play at Citi Field with all those odd angles, the Mo zone. I just love, a lot of guys have great arms, but are inaccurate with their arms. Miss cutoff men. Lagares has a very, very strong arm, and he hits the cutoff man, and he's very accurate.
And the other thing that we've talked about a little bit, but John Buck really made a point of it the other day. He said on base hits to center field, whether there's a throw to the plate, he's never played with a guy who throws from as close to second base as Lagares does, because he plays shallow and he charges the ball so hard. I mean, he was a shortstop when he was in the minor leagues, and that might have something to do with that. But he's just been out of this world. This will be the 8th pitch of the at bat from Dunsing to Lagares, and he foul tips it for strike 3. So Dunsing's faced 2 batters and struck them both out. Let's check in with the studio for another game break with Kareth Burke, presented by Nissan. Of course, Wheeler made his major league debut against the Braves in his hometown in Atlanta. Here's Quintanilla, who's 2 for 3, and he takes a strike. By the way, the Braves have just been playing out of this world. You know, they got off to a 12-1 start this year, and then they kind of played 500 ball for about 3 months, and now they're 19-3 over their last 22 games, and they've just obliterated the division by doing that.
Red hot pitching.
Well, and Jason Hayward, ever since they put him in the leadoff spot, he's been raking, hitting .385 in his last 20 games with power. And Justin Upton, who had the great April when the Braves had that first hot streak, has gone on another hot streak, coincidental with this latest Braves run. Upton, the last 17 games, .377, 7 home runs. So they've got it all working now. Quintanilla down swinging. So Dunsing's faced 3, and he struck all 3 out.
Wow.
That's 10 strikeouts for Twins pitching today. So 2 out and nobody on for Eric Young. Young led off the game with a base hit and scored in the first. He singled and drove in a run in the second. Then with the bases loaded in the fourth, he had a bullet that Plouffe caught and turned into an unassisted double play. Young is 2 for 4 on the day, so he's hit the ball hard 3 times out of 4. Bounce down to third, and Plouffe handles this one. And that retires the side. A 1-2-3 inning for Dunsing. Dylan G back to the bottom of the 8th with a 5-1 lead. Sports Radio 66 and Sports Radio 101.9 FM WFAN. 9-game homestand starts tomorrow. 24-hour series against the Braves. Then 3 with the Tigers over the weekend and 4 with the Phillies next week before the Mets go to Washington, Atlanta, and Cleveland. Brian Dozier leads off the home 8th inning and gets out of the way of a curveball from Dylan G. G with 7 innings without allowing an earned run, gave up an unearned run in the 7th after a Murphy error. To see Dozier squirm away from that curve. Dozier's 1 for 3, single to right center his last time up. 4th time around the batting order now for the Twins. And that went in for a strike. 1-1.
Dylan really just toying with this lineup.
He's given up a run on 5 hits. Maurer and Willingham to follow in the 8th. And it misses outside. 2-1. Well, Scott Rice gets up in the Mets bullpen. But this is a day when you would certainly love to see Dylan get through 8, if not 9.
Well, I think Terry's reasoning behind that right now is the fact that you've got Maurer, left-hand hitter, Morneau, and then Doman. You want to definitely turn around from the right side. He's a switch hitter.
Yeah, I think it's more toward Morneau. You get a couple of men on base here, and all of a sudden the game starts to be in jeopardy.
So it's just precautionary.
Up and in, and Dozier had to vacate again. This time a little more serious on the fastball headed toward his chin.
Well, let's see how he stays in this pitch. This is some serious chin. Yep.
So he's been awakened. Good ball strike ratio for G today. 3-2 coming to Dozier. He struck him out. 8 strikeouts for Dylan G. 1 down in the 8th.
Boom.
What's there to like about SNY on Facebook? A chance to meet us, plus win our SNY bobblehead. Don't miss out on your chance to win the Gary, Keith, and Ron bobblehead sweepstakes. To enter, visit Facebook and like SNY today. Now Joe Mauer, who's 1 for 3. And a single to left his last time up. Mauer's lifetime batting average starting today, .323. Curveball for a strike. Lifetime on base percentage, .405. And he's done just about exactly that this year for the Twins. Ball to strike to Mauer. And Mauer fouls it off. 1-2. You don't think Joe Mauer is a true twin? He and his wife Maddie last month had twin girls to keep with the theme.
Oh.
And they named the twins Naren and Emily. M and M.
Very nice.
Curveball just missed. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Nice try by Dylan right there on that outside backdoor curve. See if he goes in now. I like the game that Darno's called today very much. And not because of the results.
Fly ball out to right field. Going back is Bird, looking up, and it's off the fence. Mauer heads into second base with a double. Well, that scoreboard fence is 23 feet high. And Bird knew immediately he wasn't going to be able to catch it, but just played it off the wall.
I think they've got to do something about that fence. Remember the last series we were in, one of their players, I think it was Morneau, hit a double off the top of that wall. I mean, they got to bring it down to the level of the fence from left field on over. Paint a line like they did in San Diego, old Jack Murphy Park,
or what they did in Citi Field with the Great Wall of Flushing.
It's ridiculous. It's too high.
So Mauer has his second hit of the day, his 35th double of the year, And now Willingham, and whether G gets Willingham may decide whether he gets to face Morneau. Willingham's 0 for 3 today, and he takes a slider for a strike. Willingham hit the ball in the first inning that Lagares made that spectacular catch on, smashing into the center field fence. Lagares set a couple more today that were almost as good. He's had 6 putouts in center field, and only a couple of them have been routine. Back-to-back sliders by Gene. It's 0-2. There's Morneau on deck. So Dillon's at 98 pitches now with 1 out in the 8th inning. He does have a complete game this year, but remember, he has not gone 9.
It's a Larry he got in that game.
It was the walk-off home run by Freddie Freeman when he took a shutout into the 9th. Curveball struck him out. Dillon G fans Josh Willingham. That's strikeout number 9 for G, and that's going to be the last pitch he throws.
Really? Okay.
Terry Collins made up his mind, I guess, after the double by Maurer, that he was going to bring in Scott Rice to face Justin Morneau. So a job well done for Dillon G. 99 pitches over 7 2/3, and to this point he has not allowed an earned run. So Scott Rice will try and get the final out here in the bottom of the 8th with the Mets up 5-1. We'll be right back to Minneapolis. One lead.
The 6th appearance in this road trip, the 11-game road trip that's coming to an end today.
Well, Terry Collins said before the game he might want to have to stay away from his 2 lefties, but he'll ask Rice to get him 1 out here in the 8th inning, facing Justin Morneau, and he throws a slider out of the strike zone, ball 1. Morneau has walked, doubled, and hit a sharp ground ball into a double play to end the 6th inning. Rice yesterday faced 3 batters, gave up a single, got a sacrifice, and a strikeout. And Morneau takes a strike, 1-1.
Those 5 appearances thus far, Rice has been spotless, has not given up a run on this road trip.
Mets bullpen is quiet, asking Rice to finish this inning before presumably handing it off for Hawkins for the 9th. Morneau pops one up. Coming back is d'Arnaud, and he has enough room just in front of the screen to grab it to end the inning. So Rice comes in, gets one big out, and we head off to the ninth at Target Field with the Mets up 5-1. SNY is brought to you by Optimum. Mets games are available in superior HD TV on Optimum TV. By your local Tri-Honda dealers. Hurry to your local Tri-Honda dealer for great deals on the 2013 Pilot. And by Cholula Hot Sauce, the hot sauce with the iconic wooden cap. Available in original flavor, chili lime, chili garlic, and chipotle. Jared Burton will pitch the ninth inning for Minnesota.
Well, Burton's having another good year. A terrific year last year. You can see his numbers this year.
The bullpen has been a strength for the Twins all year.
Sure has.
Really a contrast with their starting pitchers. Daniel Murphy will lead off in the ninth for New York. Mets with a 5-1 lead, and Murph takes a strike. Murphy 2 for 4 today. Singled in the first, singled in a run in the fourth. Jared Burton, the fourth pitcher of the afternoon for Minnesota. Brian Dunsing was perfect in relief, faced 4 batters, retired them all, and struck out 3. Anthony Swarzak did a pretty good job in long relief. 3 innings, 1 run, 3 hits after the starter Kyle Gibson gave up 4 runs and 10 hits over 3 2/3. And Murphy pulls one down to Morneau at first. And Burton covers for the first down. Let's answer our AT&T trivia question. We asked you who were the 2 players who played in 200 games with the Mets and the Twins. And of course Tim Tuffle, who is here, is one of them. The other is Luis Castillo.
I thought maybe Aguilera would get in there, but for a relief pitcher to get 200 games in would be tough.
Well, with the Twins he certainly had well over 200,
yes.
But with the Mets he was mostly a starter.
Right.
And didn't pitch nearly that many. I was thinking maybe Jeff Reardon, because Jeff was a reliever with the Mets and then later with the Twins, but I don't think he pitched enough games for the Mets either. Here's Marlon Byrd, is 1 for 4 on the day, had an infield single his last time up, and he hits one in the air to deep left field. Willingham goes back, takes a look, and that ball's out of here. Marlon Byrd with a home run, his 20th of the year. That matches his career high. And the Mets now have a 6-1 lead in the 9th inning. Well, Marlon has had just a wonderful road trip, particularly from the time the Mets got to Los Angeles. That's his 7th extra base hit in the last 8 games.
3 home runs on this trip. Number 20. That's a big one right there. And this is no doubt. Fastball down the pipe. See ya. Upper tank.
So Marlon matches his career high in home runs, putting yet another exclamation point on what has been a spectacular return to form this year. He had 20 home runs with the Texas Rangers in 2009. And after a season last year where he had 1 home run the entire season between 2 different clubs, he has had quite a renaissance at age 35. Ike Davis pulls one foul. 1-2 to Ike, who's 0 for 3 on the day. Well, it's not going to be LaTroy Hawkins. It's Scott Atchison who will be called upon apparently to pitch the 9th inning for the Mets with a 5-run lead now after Scott Rice got 1 out in the bottom of the 8th behind Dylan G. G, by the way, 7 2/3 today, no earned runs, lowers his ERA from 3.79 to 3.60, which is good as Ike strikes out for the 2nd out. But when you consider where he came from and how bad he was for the first nearly 2 months of the season, it's been an incredible turnaround for Dylan G.
Fabulous year for Dylan. And what's more promising about it looking towards the future, Gary, is that any doubts that he had about the blood clot, they're behind him now.
Well, and the other piece of that is that when you talk about the future with G, as Andrew Brown steps in, he's had a good day, 2 for 3 and a walk, and he pops one up in foul ground. Plouffe coming over, and at the railing he makes the catch to retire the side. We'll talk more about G when we come back. Marlon Byrd with his 20th home run of the year stretches out the lead for New York into the 2nd deck in left field, and the Mets lead 6-1 going to the bottom of the 9th. Geico Sports Night, the only show that's only New York sports, tonight at 10:30. Everything New York sports on Geico Sports Night tonight at 10:30 only on SNY. Scott Atchison comes in to pitch the last of the ninth and misses inside to Ryan Domit.
Well, the most rested of the bullpen core, hasn't pitched since Thursday. He's been solid.
Domit is 0 for 3 and he flies one foul down the left side. Might have broken his bat. 1-1. Well, Dylan G since the 30th of May now has an earned run average of 2.27, the third best in the National League over that span, trailing only Jose Fernandez, who by the way faces the Dodgers tonight, and Clayton Kershaw. On the inside corner a strike. And we were talking about G before the break, and you know, with all the conversation about Harvey and Wheeler and Syndergaard and Montero and all the pitching the Mets have stacked up in their organization. You know, John Neese is committed to for another 4 years, and Dylan G gets left out of that conversation when you talk about the future. But Dylan is a guy who may be just hitting his stride as a pitcher. Left center field, over comes Young, and he gets there for the out, one away. And you know, if you're Dylan G, you hear all that conversation about all those young studs. Who wants to be a part of this?
Well, I think that Dylan gets overlooked because he's the soft-spoken, quiet guy. I mean, you can walk in that clubhouse and he just gets overlooked. So, not in my estimation.
I mean, he's 27 years old, and he's never pitched better than he's pitched the last 3 months. So he's put all the problems with the labrum and the problems with the blood clot behind him, and he's pitching brilliantly right now. Atchison with a good off-speed pitch. 1-1 to Arcia, who's 0 for 3 today. 2 strikeouts and a pop-up. Atchison working very quickly, and Arcia hits it out to right. Bird is right there, and that's the second out. So 2 out and nobody on. Here's your Audi Mets box score. Mets with 14 hits today, 7 different players with 2 hits. So it's been a community effort. The only home run belongs to Bird. That was the capper. And the Mets, kings of the makeup game. They went to Colorado for one day, made up a game, and got a win at the end of a road trip, and they're on the verge of doing the same here in Minnesota. Trevor Plouffe, the batter. So it'll be a 3 months or 4 months delayed series sweep for the Mets. They won the first 2 here in Minnesota in April, and they're about to, in some respect, complete the sweep.
It was freezing. That's all I remember in April.
A beautiful day today, and now the Twins are down to their final strike.
Do you recall, Gary, when we flew out of here, they called the game early because the blizzard was coming, and we got out before the blizzard hit. It's just starting to spit snow. Flew in that night to it's a beautiful site there of downtown Minneapolis. Flew into Denver, and it was a nice, 70 degrees?
Up the middle, a base hit for Plouffe, and it keeps the Twins alive. Yeah, it was 70 when we got there, and then it plummeted, and it snowed for the rest of the time we were there.
It sure did.
Well, if you recall all our conversations at the time, scheduling teams that are only going to have one visit into places where it might snow in April, not a good idea. Hopefully Major League Baseball learned their lesson. Plouffe takes off. He'll take second on defensive indifference. Now, you know, from a Mets standpoint, they've had to make these 2 unscheduled trips back to remote places in Colorado and Minnesota. The only saving grace for the Mets is they'll have a couple of wins out of it. Ball and a strike to Thomas. Thomas 1 for 3 on the day. That's assuming the Twins don't put together a huge barrage here with 2 out in the 9th. They now have their 7th hit with Plouffe's 2-out single. And Atchison finds the inside corner, and again the Twins are down to their last strike. Atchison with the 1-2. Low and inside to Thomas, 2-2. It'll be Zach Wheeler against Brandon Beachy at Citi Field tomorrow night. as the Mets open a 9-game homestand against the first place Braves. 2-2, foul back. You know what the Braves have done recently has kind of gotten obscured because the Dodgers have been just so ridiculously hot. But Atlanta, by a pretty decent margin, has the best record in baseball at 76-48.
And that will mean home field advantage, which is, I think, very critical in postseason play.
Right now they're 3.5 up on the Dodgers and the Pirates. Here's the 2-2. Slash to third. Flores on the backhand makes the long throw right on target, and the ball game is over. The Mets come to Minnesota to complete their road trip, and they win the makeup game behind spectacular pitching from Dylan G and a 14-hit attack. And the Mets beat the Twins 6-1 to finish the road trip at 5-6.
Well, it's all Dylan G and a whole group effort from the offense. G gets his record to 9-8, making that man very happy. Right there, a team that flew in late last night, got up early for this game and put it on the Twins. G 7 2/3, no earned runs, only gave up 1 run in the day, 1 walk and 9 strikeouts.
7 players with 2 hits. Marlon Byrd hit his 20th home run to match his career high, and the Mets finish up the road trip on a positive note with a 6-1 win. For every Mets win, the Mets Foundation is proud to contribute $2,500 to the Cats Women's Hospital and the Cats Institute for Women's Health. For more information, visit northshorelij.com/KIWH. This win brings the total contribution so far this season to $142,500. Final score this afternoon: the Mets 6 and the Twins 1. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Mazda. If it's not worth driving, it's not worth building. By Parts Authority Auto Parts Superstores, where the answer is always yes. By Brooklyn Burger, the premium steakhouse burger and the official burger of the New York Mets. And by Geico. Mets return home tomorrow after defeating the Twins today 6-1. It'll be Zach Wheeler against Brandon Beachy as the Mets play the Braves in the first of 2. Our coverage begins tomorrow on SNY at 6 o'clock. Now for Keith Hernandez, Kevin Burkhardt, and our entire SNY crew, I'm Gary Cohen in Minneapolis. Time for WB Mason Postgame Live. Let's join Chris Carlin and Jim Duquette.